But I figure now is as good a time as any to have a nice chill stream before we get into the absolute rabbit hole that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be. Let's see, we got two more Lort types we have not yet discovered as of this update, and I believe I know what those two are. They should be related to the weather update. So real quick, let me try and remind myself of how my ranch even functions. I do notice my frame rate is struggling a little bit, so maybe we'll turn things down to medium. No, I think it's just the conservatory. They did say I do keep up with the the known issues post on the Monomi Park forums. Every patch that they release, every update, they usually have a list of, hey, these are the issues we know exist in the game. Here's the ones we fixed, here's the ones that are still, outstanding. And one of the persistent postings on that tracker is just optimizing some of the assets here in the conservatory. Also, at some point, they are going to split off and have it not show up as Rainbow Fields when we're in the conservatory. That is also considered an ongoing issue. Now, why did I have this empty? I can't think of why I would have emptied this. That seems questionable. I guess I must have been doing something. I got rid of the pink cotton Largos as well. What was I up to? Was that maybe to... Maybe it was just to lighten the load temporarily. And I left these here as markers to be like, okay, I have rock and crystal slimes in here usually. I suppose so. But yeah, I just want to take a look around, kind of reacquaint myself with the place. So yeah, as soon as we leave the conservatory, buttery smooth frame rate. Buttery smooth. I guess I also lowered these guys. Why would I have gotten rid of the Patty and Boom Largos? I feel like I must have just been, Oh, I remember. I remember why I did this. This was so I could actually go out and explore more. I basically put the ranch into kind of like partial stasis or like reduced. I'm trying to think of the term. Basically making it less resource intensive, so I didn't have to micromanage everything. I can actually explore and all that. You in there. I'll actually have time and space to explore without constantly micromanaging our slimes on the ranch. I think that's what I was doing. So I took out some of the easier slimes to acquire, because like the pink and the cotton slimes are literally just out there in the rainbow fields, so they're pretty easy to grab. And then rock and crystal, I think, were also pretty close by, so I figured, yeah, may as well. So we'll just simplify it. Of course, we have our saber ringtail buddy here. Now, one thing that it sounds like they're working on right now is being able to place gadgets anywhere in the world, and not just at these designated stations. That would be pretty interesting. I think Thunderclock hens go in here, judging by their position here. Let's see, I can't remember. This is full. Saber plorts are not full yet. The ringtail plorts are, so we'll sell them off here. Ooh, that giant egg. That's that's weird looking. A little disconcerting how it's moving like that. But we've got our Yoki slime here. Now, I can't remember. Are we supposed to do something with this? Oh, we do. Oh, that's how we get the plorts. Man, I had forgotten about that because we got the Yoki slime just at the tail end of our last time streaming this. And even just finding this guy was kind of lucky, because apparently they're kind of tough to find. They just don't show up very often out in the wild. Forgot about this little guy being up here. I think they said they're doing something with these, having like markers on the map for the drones, so that, or these like log drones rather, so they can actually keep track of where they are, which would be nice. Right now it is basically you just kind of have to remember. But Rainbow Fields doesn't look like there's any new treasure pods so far. There's a lot of Thunderclock hens just hanging out there, probably for this guy. I figure probably our new additions to the ranch will be over here. We'll place them over in this area. So let me get upgrades here. Just get ourselves a corral for when we do find our new additions. Turn this down. Won't put anything in there yet. I'll have to look and see what sort of foods we need to look at for the new slimes. We'll figure that out when we get to that point. Now I just want to check on our puddle slimes here. May as well grab these while we're here. I'll have to double check. I don't remember how many plorts I've got for everything in the research lab. Try to remember. Probably, if I had to think about the way that I play this game, I probably maxed out everything that was in the base game, other than gold plorts, because they're just very uncommon. But I imagine that I probably got everything else that was base game maxed out. If I didn't use it for upgrades, which it does look like we have some new ones that we can actually get to. I have not been down here in a while, so I don't remember. I don't know if this was stuff that was in Song of the Sabers update and I just missed it, or if this is from this update. Oh, right, the Sun Sap. That was the thing. These were Song of the Saber updates. I just haven't gone and gotten the Sun Sap. Oh yeah, Slime Fossil. So I probably maxed out all the plorts, but I have not maxed out all of the harvestable materials, like the slime fossils here. Yes, let's get personal energy upgraded to 275. So at a certain point, we'll be able to place these gadgets anywhere we want to, and not just at designated locations, and that will open up a lot more flexibility. But we also have teleporters. I think these are all used, except for the pink one. We also have some flags here. A lot of decorations. I think decorations, that'll be really nice to not have to worry about putting them in specific locations. People are going to have a lot more freedom to put their decorations where they want to, rather than having to juggle where there are these specific gadget locations. So that'll be nice. Let's see here. Oh, right, I had the silo there to store the food from the corrals that I decommissioned. Let's see. Let's grab this batch of dudes, because it seems like they're gonna be overflowing from the coop soon-ish. Just leave our essential crew there. Pop the roostros in there. And then the sea hens go in here. And the ones that don't fit in there, we just toss into the corral itself. And I suppose we should empty these plort collectors as well. Put one of them back in there. I do hope that we get even more inventory upgrades as we get more updates. You can never have too much storage capacity. Let's see, is there a way for me to see what I have? I think this is what shows me. Yeah, how many I have. So I'm missing 50 cotton plorts. We probably used those for the research that we just did. And then we have our 2 new ones here, right? Everything else is maxed out except for the saber plorts, because those were in the update. And then yoki plorts for the same reason. That's Sunsap. I had a bit of a tricky time finding any when we streamed the Song of the Sabers update. I know theoretically where to find it. I just don't know how rare it is to actually come across it. So we'll probably take a look back over there in the in the snowy realm. Try and find some sun sap while we're out and about, since we do need a couple more for one of the other gadget upgrades. And I'll just take some food with me, in case we need it for anything. Suppose I should go empty the honey largos as well. We've got a bunch of mint mangoes. Clean these up too. Just make sure we're not too wasteful with our resources. Yeah, this is getting pretty filled up. Let's toss the mint mangoes in here. Toss the rest of them into the corral itself. Probably if I wanted to, I could even go down to just having 2 largos per corral. If I wanted to really just slow down the pace of plort collection and plort generation and all that. I think I'll keep it at 4 for now, just because I've already reduced the capacity by removing some of the slime types from the ranch in general. I honestly think that's probably more impactful overall, because I'm managing fewer unique resources. Like, I'm not having to worry about dealing with the hens very much. So I'm not really working with very many slimes that actually consume hens as their preferred food type. And of course, if I really wanted to simplify things, I could go back to my old Slime Rancher 1 strategy of just crossing everything over with a honey slime. Just having a honey and one other type of slime largo for every slime species that exists. That way, I'd only have to worry about feeding them mint mangoes. And I've done that before. Like I said, that was my strategy for Slime Rancher 1. Just really, really simplifies things. To basically only have to worry about growing one food. It's just one type of food that gets grown for every single slime. Definitely makes the logistics of resource management a lot simpler. So since the weather update is something that I can't really make actively happen, I figure since we've been away from the game for a while, we just take a little bit of time to kind of walk around the world, gather some resources, and just kind of appreciate the scenery. You know, a lot of the time when I'm playing games, I'm very task-focused. I don't usually just kind of stop and smell the roses along the way, so to speak. But if ever there was a game to do that with, Slime Rancher 2 absolutely is that type of game. This game is very, very chill. And, if I recall correctly, you can either increase or reduce player damage. You can remove tar from existence. You can disable feral slime aggression, which would be relevant right now, because These boys do be feral and they do be aggressive. Yeah, so there's some settings to make the game even more of a chill, laid-back experience. So it's definitely nice that that's always there and it's always in the pause menu, so it's not something where once the difficulty setting is once those settings are set for a save file that they're always going to be like that. They can just be toggled at any time, which is really nice. Accessibility and experience customization is a very, very nice feature to have. So being able to take a game like this with a very soft aesthetic, be able to make it a more chilled out experience. Pretty nice. Figure I just kind of wander around here, grab some resources. Because yeah, theoretically I could spend a bunch of time on my own farming up these resources. That's the thing, is it takes time, and I don't think we really need to farm resources in this game like we do with other games, because we're not really on a time crunch for anything. It's not like there's a thing we need to get soon or it's going to become a problem kind of thing. A lot of the gadgets are mainly for the sake of convenience and efficiency, more than anything else. There aren't a whole lot of things that I think would be considered mandatory or required upgrades, as I just casually stumble upon several treasure pods. Because they're pretty kind with their treasure pod placement in this first area. It's not too complicated. They're not too far way out of the way or anything. Now let's gather a few more resources and then we'll move on to another area. Let's see what kind of mischief we got going on over there. Let's see, where do we want to go? Yeah, let's go to Starlight Strand. We've put our newly acquired resources into the research machine there. And I'm not going to worry about grabbing resources from here. We'll just pop on over. I believe it's called the Starlight Strand. Is that correct? Yes. And it also does not look like there are any new treasure pods here. So I don't think we'll have any new treasure hunting that we need to do. So we'll just take a nice stroll through the Starlight Strand. I really do love the style of this game. It's just very round, very pleasant. And I do appreciate how in Slime Rancher 2 they've made these different areas very visually distinct. Slime Rancher 1, I think, didn't have quite as striking of a aesthetic difference, like visual distinction between different zones. Oh, feed our lucky slime. Figure I may as well. Guess they're done. Now going over here, you may have noticed that my frame rate started to chug a little bit. I'm gonna put these guys back down here because this is part of the ecosystem. You may have noticed that the frame rate started to chug a little bit. We started going in this direction. That's because of this place. I'm guessing that this location doesn't have a spawn rate cap. There's not like a spawn rate cap on the chickens. And because of how this area is structured, they don't usually fall off of this platform very often, so this area becomes a bit of a lag spike. So if you look at the way I'm moving around here, versus over here is nice and smooth, it starts to chug a little bit when I look that direction. It's kind of funny. I'm trying not to interfere with what's going on up there. That's kind of like an experiment, I guess. I just want to see what happens with it over time. Because, boy, there's a lot of chickens up there. Let's keep on going through the Starlight Strand here. Yeah, like I was saying, very visually distinct areas. They really doubled down on that with Slime Rancher 2 here, because this kind of area design, having something as visually striking as the Starlight Strand, where it's split in two like this, that's the kind of visual design that I don't think really showed up a lot in Slime Rancher 1 until like the updates that brought in new areas like I'm trying to think. I guess the glass desert would be something I would think in terms of being environmentally interesting. I mean, thinking about the glass desert, I think that was basically the only real instance of quote-unquote weather that Slime Rancher 1 ever had. But now we theoretically have a system that just works universally in this game. Now, whenever we're in an area, there's a chance that weather patterns will start to occur. And we'll see some, we'll see some weather happen. I hear the ore. There it is. That is one nice thing about how they address the resource acquisition. I'm pretty sure, as far as I know, all of the harvestable resources make some amount of sound when you're near them. Like that little jingle sound. A little jingle jangle. That. Excuse me, sir. That is very nice to be able to track down resources. Because, like, these hives will make buzzing bee sounds. So that you know to look out for them. That way it's not, like, required to memorize where all of the possible spawns for these things are. You know, there's a lot of you guys. There's a lot of you guys. Can you, like... Can y'all chill? Moment. Y'all need to get... Oh, we have a tar spawn. Too many different slime types crossed over, and... Yeah, that happened. And I think it's going to continue happening because we've got some crossovers here. So for those who don't know, we've got slimes hanging around, right? And you know, there's a good number of slimes that are just, you know, like this guy, honey slime. Just the one type of slime, just a honey slime. Nothing else to say about that. But if one of those slimes eats the plort that's left behind by another slime, say this pink plort here, if we were to feed that to our honey slime, it would turn into a pink honey slime, and it would become a pink honey largo. So then, if we were to feed this guy, who's not going to eat right now, but we can demonstrate it with this guy here. If we feed them, they drop plorts of both types of slimes that they are. So honey phosphor drops honey plorts and phosphor plorts. But if a largo eats a third unique plort, so we got pink honey here, if we feed them a phosphor plort, they turn into a tar slime. They basically become, like, corrupted. And they can spread that corruption to other nearby slimes. They are, however, weak to water. So that's why having a filled up water tank is pretty much always a good idea. There are some areas like this one where we have several slime types all gathered together. So they'll end up eating food, leaving plorts behind. And then once there's enough plorts around, they'll start becoming, you know, like hybrids. And eventually it'll become a tar outbreak. Just completely organically on its own with no involvement from me whatsoever. So some areas like that one are definitely worth watching out for and just making sure to be cautious and not get caught off guard. Because you never know. This does present a good opportunity. Since it's nighttime here, we can grab some Moondew Nectar. Moondew Nectar is a bit of an interesting one to harvest because it can't be farmed in the way that, say, the lettuce or the beets that I had earlier can be farmed. this moondew nectar only grows certain spots out here in the Starlight Strand. Trying to see if I can find, yeah, like right here. These little flower patches, usually on a wall. And they repopulate at night, given the name Moondew Nectar. And that Moondew Nectar is, as far as I know, it's only eaten by one particular type of slime, and that's these guys, the Flutter Slimes. Now, one other benefit of crossing slime types, making the Largos, is that you could take a type of slime, like, say, this Flutter Slime here, which has a very specific dietary requirement, using a resource that has to be gathered from the world itself. Can't just grow it yourself. What you can do is cross Flutter Slime over with a different slime, say the Honey Slimes here, which have a fruit diet. And then you can get Flutter Plorts by feeding that Largo fruit, which is, that's farmable. Fruits are able to be grown back at the ranch, so they're a lot easier to come by than this Moondew Nectar. So there's some things like that, where depending on what you're looking for in your ranching experience, you can make certain things a lot easier for yourself. That's one thing I always find really nice about Slime Rancher. It's just how modular of an experience it really can be. Where it's like, yeah, you're set up with a space to be able to bring slimes back and just grow food and do the whole slime ranching thing, as the title of the game suggests. But if you really wanted to, you don't necessarily have to, bring any slimes back to the ranch. If you prefer to just be out exploring and grab stuff as you go, you could totally do that. Just go out to areas like this, go out and feed the slimes, grab the plorts that way, and then just bring those back to home base. No slime ranching required. That more intensified music is, it's the tar theme, by the way. There's a bunch of them here. It's looking pretty bad down there. Looking a little rough down there, Chief. I think I'm just gonna avoid that whole fiasco going on down there. Just grab some Moondew Nectar while I'm here. Yeah, mainly just grabbing resources. Trying to see if anything will happen with the weather itself. Yeah, so these resources, these little resource areas, like these beehives and those ore deposits, all that kind of stuff, those are semi-random spawns. In the sense that The locations that they spawn, I believe, are generally fixed. So, like, you'll definitely see... You'll see, fountains of water down at, like, shoreside locations, usually. That sort of thing. You'll see ore on rock formations, walls and stuff like here. And in caves and such. I don't know if their spawn placements are exactly the same every time they spawn in. But the area that they spawn in, like that radiant ore is there. I'm pretty sure that that general location would be a consistent spawn point for the radiant ore to spawn in. Full on resources, so I'm thinking, do we have... Do I have a research module on me? I do have a refinery link. I think I will do that. May as well just drop a refinery link. Nice and convenient. Excuse me. It's getting a little crowded here. A little crowded. Just a little crowded. Yeah, so I like having a couple of things like those refinery links just in my gadget inventory. So if I get to a place like down here where I think, oh, it'd be nice to be able to drop off my resources at this point in time, because of having a different type of resource here, this silky sand. So if my inventory happens to be full, I can just toss a bunch of sand in there and we're all good. Yeah, so the locations of these resources are fixed spawns. But the order in which they spawn isn't necessarily set. So it's not like they're going to respawn in a specific order, as far as I know. I can't say that I've done the research and the testing to say with 100% certainty that no, these things will not, these resource caches will not respawn in the same order every single time. As far as my experience goes, it feels like they are random respawns. Let's say like this hive over here, it would be worth checking if you needed like buzz wax or something like that. If you needed buzz wax, you could come check this tree, see if this hive is here, because this would be a consistent spawn location for that hive. I don't recall if there are two different hive-based resources. There's the wax and then there's the honey. I don't know if they share a spawn point, since they're both hives, or if they each have unique spawn locations. Like, I don't know if there's if there's a system where it's like, could be either a buzzwax hive or a honey hive. I don't know if there's anything like that. I just know that there's spawn locations, like just checking this tree here. I think some of these trees could have a hive on them. Potentially. Doesn't look like there's any that spawned there right now. But just as an example. But I figure we head back to the ranch here real quick. Drop off my Moondew Nectar, which we're actually doing pretty good on those. We're almost 3/4 full on a single slot. It's pretty nice. And new day, new messages. I think that's a daily... It seems like it's a daily occurrence to get the new messages. Ooh, this is getting pretty full. Let me empty this plort collector here. Make sure we don't have any crowding issues beyond, you know, what I'm already doing here. Because, this corral is a bit of a special case. So, this corral is kind of a unique one in terms of how I have it set up. Because I tend to do, you know, I try to do somewhat thematic pairings. I usually go thematic, then practical. I guess practical and aesthetic choices when it comes to the pairings are kind of like interchangeable for me. So if I was going for convenience, I would probably just mix everything with honey type. Just grow mint mangoes like crazy. These guys, Tabby, Hunter, Largo. So the tabbies like these stony hens, that's their favorite food type. The hunters like the roostros as their favorite food type. So basically, what I have set up here is, since I have them both together, I put a bunch of stony hens in there. I put a bunch of roostros in there. That makes it so that theoretically they can keep, you know, reproducing more chickens and roosters infinitely. And since they're both the favored type, there's never really an issue of they might eat the unfavored food type and then not produce as many plorts. Because if a slime eats their favored food type, whatever their favorite food is, like I described there, the tabby slimes like the stony hens, they will actually produce double the plorts. Instead of producing one plort, they produce two. And that works as well with the Largos, since they provide one of each type of slime that they are. So like these guys produce tabby and hunter plorts simultaneously when they eat. If they eat one of the favored foods of whatever types they have hybridized, so if these guys eat either a stony hen or a roostro, they will produce 2 plorts of each slime type. So you'll get 4 plorts for the favored food instead of 2. And so that's why combining, say, the flutter slimes, which have the Moondew Nectar, which is kind of a pain in the butt to go harvest, with something like the angler slime, where we just, you know, we grow chickens. We give them the sea hens, and that's the favorite food type of the angler. So we get a bunch of flutter slime plorts mixed in as well because of a much easier to acquire favored food type for the angler slimes. And that's why in Slime Rancher 1 I just mixed everything with the honey slime, because fruits are really easy to grow. So having a mint mango tree or two for every single section of my ranch it's very simple. It's a very easy way to keep all of the slimes fed and happy. Because then you're only having to deal with one type of food. Sometimes these hen corrals, those coops, sometimes they can be a bit of a micromanagement in and of themselves. Just because depending on how many hens you've got in there, how many decide to grow all at once, sometimes they can escape, and that can potentially cause some problems if it gets out of hand. But with fruit or vegetables, like any harvestable, farmable produce is a lot safer, because the worst thing that can happen with produce is it'll spoil, and then it won't be any good to use anymore. But at least these will eventually go away if they're no good anymore. It's not like the chickens where they will continue to persist and exist beyond what the fruits would. Some people have had situations where, one or two chickens manage to get loose from containment, and they'll come back to their conservatory and it is just overflowing with chickens. Like, I saw a video that someone posted once of that happening to them in this conservatory here, and there were chickens everywhere. They were all over the place. So yeah, that can cause some issues sometimes. And if you saw just off in the distance there a bunch of chickens just up in the air, that's the kind of thing like this. This guy's not supposed to be out. But what happens is these guys will get into large enough numbers that when the chicks grow up into adults, they'll do so all at once when I first enter this loading zone. And so they'll crowd each other and actually end up kind of launching a couple of them out of the coop. So that can sometimes cause an issue as well. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is where I have my Thunderclock hens, right here. Just dump them in here. And you guys are okay for now. But like, look how many chicks there are in here right now. When all of these guys mature to adulthood all at the same time, some of them are gonna be, really close to each other, and they're gonna push each other out of the way as they try to occupy space a full-grown chicken would occupy. Yeah, like I said, sometimes that can lead to unintended and unexpected containment breaches, which, if not dealt with, can lead to some problems. That's why I try to keep my numbers pretty minimal. I just have 2 roosters and 4 of the hens. Because with these corrals, they go pretty quick. They definitely kick into gear pretty quickly. If this weren't where I was taking care of all the chickens, this is probably where I would put some of the new slimes. At least one of them, I would think. Since these are all full, probably what I'll do here is... I'm really not sure what to do with the elders. Because normally what I would do is I would set them up with, like, the incinerator or something to feed fire slimes. But since I maxed those guys out, and I do not need any more fire plorts. I don't really want to get that all started back up again. So since we've got 6 sea chicks in there, we'll probably just leave them like that. Drop the sea hens in here. Alright, that works. And then drop the roostros off in here. Alright, let's take a look at our messages here. If there's one thing I know about the kind of solitary explorer life you're living, it's that you can't have enough reminders that your friends are thinking of you. So, here's a reminder, in the form of a gift. Let it remind you of me and all our good times together. Chalby. He gave me shrubs. Acquired shrubbery. It's Bob. Hello, fellow human. As gifts for you. Yay, we chickens! Bob is an absolute delight. Bob's a real peach. Okay, we checked out the Starlight Strand a bit. Didn't go down to some of the coastal regions, but I think that's alright. Oh. Oh, it updates the location on the... Oh, it updates the location as you scroll through the map now. So you can actually look at the different areas like Rainbow Field, Starlight Strand, Ember Valley. You can actually look at them and look at their counters without having to go to the region to do it. That's a new change. That's definitely not how it was before. Oh. Oh. What's this mystery icon here in Powderfall Bluffs? That's new. I guess we may have to go there next. Let's go check it out. There's a mystery afoot. Oh, gold slime. Where are you going, buddy? Where are you going, buddy? Nice. Good thing I had some food on me. So with the gold slimes, they'll just randomly show up from a slime spawning spot. And you basically just gotta hit them with something. Doesn't really matter what it is. You just gotta hit them with some sort of physical object launched from the backpack. I usually use food because I have food on me pretty much all the time. So it's a pretty consistently available resource. Alright, Powderfall Bluffs. Let's head on over and see if we can figure out what this icon means. So we go here, and then we go in there. Okay. See if I can remember how to get there. We'll just be kind of gently skirting through the Ember Valley here. We do need some of these for collection purposes. Let's see if I can remember how we actually get into this place. Oh, right up here. If I recall correctly... Oh, your tar music. Let's get in here. Alright. I remember being in this room at some point and I was like, there's this lava pool here, but there's nothing else going on in this room. I came into this room a few different times while we were hunting down all the treasure pods in every area. I always thought this room was kind of weird in that it just was this lava pool with nothing else really going on. I mean, I appreciate that the lava pool is here because directly above us is like a hot spring area on top of the mountain here. So it's cool that there's like an in-universe heat source for that sauna, for that like hot spring to be happening. But then the Song of the Sabers update dropped, and this wall opened up. This used to be a solid wall right here. But now it's the entrance to these Powderfall Bluffs. Now, one thing I'm kind of considering is when Slime Rancher 2 does get a full, when it does reach full release, I'm kind of curious about possibly looking into some challenge runs for this game. One of which being, like, can we beat Slime Rancher 2 without upgrades? That sort of thing. And just see if that sort of playstyle is possible. I think another interesting run would probably be, oh, new Slimepedia entry, Snow. Oh, weather. Oh, weather. Oh, that's what that is. Snow is a rarity on Rainbow Island. You can always find it in Powderfall Bluffs due to its unique atmospheric conditions. Slimes revel in a snow day, rolling down icy slopes, and never missing a chance to join a friendly snowball fight. I think they also revamped the Slimepedia to actually be... Oh yeah, this is way different looking. Oh, that's cool. This does look a lot nicer. You can see a lot more of what's going on. That's pretty cool. Now, I believe for the new slimes, there's one new either fruit or vegetable, I can't remember off the top of my head. And then there's a new chicken type. So we've got 9 weather patterns? Interesting. Some science stuff and tutorials. Yeah, I like the look of this menu. It's very nice. It really shows a lot more information at once than the old one where it was just a scroll menu. Or you just had to scroll to the side. Ooh. That wind sound effect is definitely new. I don't remember it being this blustery. Yeah, we got snow. We leave behind little snow prints. Waterfall Bluffs is also a really, really picturesque location because I love the Aurora Borealis trees. These like Northern Light style just environmental pieces. And this area is kind of interesting too, in that you know how the that moondew nectar can only be harvested at night. Like that's the only time it actually is available to harvest. This area kind of has a similar thing going on, but it's with these light bridges. These light bridges are only physical at night. During the day, you can kind of see them, but they're not solid. You can't walk on them during the day. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. I don't remember them doing this before. These like little flowers in the environment. So different pieces of the environment will kind of react to the suction of the backpack. I don't remember these like wobbling between the pink and the blue of the Northern Lights palette though. That looks really neat. That is so cool. And that's something I really love about this game as well, is just there's all these little touches. Look at that. That looks so nice. That is awesome. And we got some slime fossils here. I know we needed that for something. Like, that looks so pretty. It's awesome. Here's where Thunderclock hens hang out. At least one spot for them. Wow, that is cool. I don't think they did that before. I feel like I would have remembered seeing something like that. But either way, that is really neat. But it's all the little touches. And sure, having a game that's, you know, functional is one thing. But having a game that looks this nice, being able to have little stuff like this, that feels like it really just ties everything together. It makes the world feel more realized, like it's got a life of its own, outside of just you know, game mechanics. The world's got a little bit of nuance to it. To see the grass here, like you see how it wiggles around a little bit whenever I'm using my backpack to vacuum things up. Leaves on this bush like rustle around. That's a really neat touch, though. I don't recall seeing that last time. I feel like that's the kind of experience I would definitely remember. Seeing these things like vacillate between the colors like that. Also have snowballs. I don't know if these are used for anything like important. I think you can just throw them at slimes. Blaster them in the face with a healthy dose of snow. And I love the way the snow looks on them too. Oh, they're throwing snowballs at each other now too. Oh, they got me. That is such a neat little touch too. And snowballs are very handy for dealing with Taras, apparently. Just immediately gone. Boom. Ooh. So it's maybe not a one-shot, but it definitely has a good amount of knockback on it. Boom. 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 That's fun. I'll toss out the rest of them here. So yeah, this area's got a couple little snowball piles hanging around. May as well grab some of these resources. So I haven't done any resource farming in this area. The only time I farmed resources was back when the early access first released. And then I did a bunch of resource gathering for that specific occasion. But since I've done all of that, I figure that it's we're probably pretty good on resources now. So the new stuff, I haven't really gone out of my way to farm resources for. And this isn't, like I've said before, this isn't really a game that requires farming. Like, sure, it can help with getting certain things faster or being able to have access to more convenient tools and gadgets and upgrades. But it is by no means strictly required. So, Sunsap, I believe, if I remember correctly, is supposed to grow on these trees. I suppose grow is maybe not the best term, because it's sap. But you should be able to locate it on these trees, these tall trees. Thing is, I've only ever seen one. I've only ever gotten one sunsap. And I think that was a reward for... There was a Gordo slime up in that kind of hot springs area we were briefly at. I don't think I've actually seen sunsap in the wild. I don't think I've ever harvested it myself. That also complicates things in the sense that I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Other than I know what sunsap looks like. I just don't know what it looks like in its harvestable form. There's another lucky slime. Ooh, odd onion. Lucky slime's still around. Nope, they've moved on. Keeping some chickens the ready probably wouldn't be a terrible idea for feeding the lucky slimes. Let me think about this. What would sunsap look like? You all right there, buddy? He is spinning an endless void of existence. Here, buddy, let me help you out there. Be free. What would sunsap look like while it's in its harvestable state? So I'm assuming by the name of it that it's also like the Moondew Nectar. I assume... Hang on. Man, it vanished before I could get a clear shot on it. There were too many rock slimes in the way. I heard that little sound of the gold slime being around. Not a huge deal. There'll always be other opportunities. I'm assuming that the sun sap would be present during the day. It would be something that could be found during daytime. And since this is an area that does have time-based mechanics, with the light bridges being nighttime exclusive, I don't know. I guess we could go check out the trees on the island over here, which we can reach by the grace of our humongous amount of energy for our jetpack. Really don't know what the sun sap looks like on the trees. I don't know like how far up the tree to expect it to appear. I will say it has been a while since the Song of the Sabers update has come out. So being able to find sunsap, that's probably a little more well documented by this point than it was when, when the update first came out. So oh, you're the thing making blustery noises. Okay, that's your resource harvest point sound. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be worth me trying to look up real quick where and how to find it. Because I remember doing that last time, and because the update was still very new, there wasn't a whole lot of information. I imagine by now people probably have it a little more figured out. So I'm considering taking a look at that here. Let me just check on the map. Yeah, okay, so it looks like each area is now going to have this little badge here if there's a unique weather effect for that region. It's good to know. Well, let me take a quick look, because I would like to know where sunsap is, because we do need some. Because, like, I know what the sunsap looks like generally. We've seen the icon for it. I think it should be in here. Yeah, right here. This here. That's what it looks like. Let's see. On impact, a snowball has many of the same benefits as water, but even better, because you can't start snowball fights with water. Fair enough. Sunsap, let's see, will only spawn on the trunks of red, pine, and palm trees. Sunsap is easier to find with sound. Oh, it makes a distinct sound. Okay. Thick trees, remember to look up. Oh, it's not time specific. Let me take a listen to this video real quick. Okay. It makes a sound very similar to the ore and the fossils. So it'll make that kind of little rattly sound. So we wouldn't find any in the cave because it grows on trees, or it's sap, it doesn't really grow. We'll only really be able to find it on trees. So the areas that we were looking in a couple minutes ago would be the right place to look. But apparently, can also potentially find some on these trees. Which I don't recall if I knew that or not. I think maybe I did. Get out of here. Yeah, it should be pretty fairly obvious visually speaking as well. Because it'll just, from what it looked like it'll just kind of be jutting out of the tree. It'll just be this big chunk of sap, big chunk of amber just like attached to the tree. So I think it's mainly just a matter of looking around and listening for any particularly rattly sounds. Because I have a feeling we may end up hearing it before we see it. But it is good to know that it does not seem to be time locked. It's not like the Moondew Nectar where it only shows up at a certain time of day. Or night in the Moondew Nectar's case. But I will say, and I'm only reminded of this because I was, when I was looking it up, I kind of read this from somebody's comment. At least this doesn't seem to be like this isn't as bad as trying to find gilded ginger in Slime Rancher 1. So gilded ginger was the preferred food type of gold slimes, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Now I think it was either that and or you could use it on there's a gadget called the Gordo Trap or the Gordo Snare. And you could put a piece of food in there as bait. And after a while, a Gordo slime, usually corresponding to the bait that was put in, would show up on the snare. So one of the benefits of gilded ginger is that using the gilded ginger as bait, you could summon a gold Gordo. So you could have just a big gold slime just at your ranch. But finding this stuff was difficult because it's kind of like Moondew Nectar in a way, because it's not something that can be farmed. It has to be found out in the world. But I'm trying to think. I can't remember. There's like a certain number of them that spawn in a day, and it can spawn anywhere in a large. It can spawn anywhere in the glass desert. Oh man, so close. Almost had that. Almost had that gold slime this time. Is the snowball faster? No. Snowball's not any faster. So trying to find gilded ginger was tough because it could grow in it could grow in any of several little vegetable patches across the entire glass desert. So you just have to go around and look at all of these different vegetable patches, like these here where these carrots were growing. And it's just total chance where you're gonna find them. So that made hunting for it quite difficult. So I'm not seeing or hearing any sun sap. So I'm wondering if I'm just unlucky. Ah, there's one, I think. Is it? No, that's some slime made contact with that tree at some point. One of these guys, probably. It's behind some slime. Maybe I need to go check up there. I don't see any sun sap down here. Now that post I was reading, where I was talking about the sun sap, they did also provide a map. I didn't want to start off with the map right away, so I wanted to see if I could try to find any of the sun sap myself, just based off of some information of what it sounds like and that sort of thing. Where to find it, in the sense of like it grows on the trees and that sort of thing. But I am not having any luck. Some slime fossils. But no sun sap. Let me reopen that page real quick. Sunset spawn locations. Let me just look at the map here. We'll just operate off of this map for a moment here. Just to absolutely confirm what it is I'm trying to look for. Some slime fossils here. May as well grab them while we're in the area. Do I have a teleporter up there? I don't think I do. Oh. Oh, that's new as well. Zooming out all the way actually gives a little overview. That's definitely new. Ooh, lots of new features for the UI. That's nice. Like that. Let's see. So it looks like the only teleporter I've got set up right now is next to the entrance to the zone. Which generally matches up with the other areas so far. Once we get more teleporters, as more updates come out, I assume, I'll probably start putting more teleporters like at the opposite ends of zones. Because I did that over here in the Ember Valley, because running from here all the way around to here, that takes a while. So I actually have 2 separate teleporters for that, I think. Oh, I think that might just be a one-way return portal. If such a thing exists. Oh, nice. And B actually pulls out a little Slimepedia thing. It actually pulls out a physical object. It's not just a menu that pops up instantly. Let's see. I was kind of hoping to be able to see gadgets. I want to actually see what gadgets. Wow. That's an interesting little environmental detail there. Just having this snow dripping down from this giant overhang. Give me a moment, I want to check and see. Warp Tech, Market Link, Refinery Link. Yeah, I've got a pink teleporter set. I could use that for two-way teleportation. I don't want to use up all of my teleporters. So I want to make sure that whenever we get new area updates, where we get like new regions of map to explore, we save at least one set of teleporters for something like that. Let me go back up here, because it looks like there are some sunsap spots up here. Look at the map here. Let me zoom back in so we can actually see. So one of them is this spot right here. So there's a potential one here. Another potential one over here, I think. This is the right spot. Yeah, somewhere around here. Don't see anything. It's a one-way return portal. If we go in there, we're back at the conservatory with no way to return to here. Oh, hey. There we go. That's what sunsap looks like. Just a big chunk of amber jutting out of the tree. Took a while to find it. I'll trade out the pomegranate for that. We can always grow. We can always grow pomegranate. Sunsap, on the other hand. So yeah, that's what sunsap looks like. It's just these big ol' hunks of amber. And you get one per spot. One other resource that I know I probably wouldn't be able to max out for quite a while is Strange Diamond. Because in some of these spots, there are some spots in the world, like certain caves and things, where it's possible for a strange diamond to spawn. I think its spawn rate is more common in areas of the game that are considered to be quote-unquote later game zones. So, like, trying to find strange diamonds in the Rainbow Fields is not going to be very likely compared to, say, like, the Ember Valley is definitely a little later game. So yeah, it looks like the bulk of... It looks like all the sunsap spots that this particular person found as of October 5th, it looks like they updated. There's 13 spots they have marked, and it's pretty much all north of this area. Everything is up here in this upper region, far as I can see here. So I don't think we really need the map per se anymore, because now we know with 100% certainty what it looks like as a resource in the world. Get out of here. Get out of here. I couldn't tell if what I just heard was part of the music or if it was more sunsap. I think it was just part of the music. Yeah, like these trees here could have it, in theory. Apparently on these larger trees, it's worth looking up just to make sure. So yeah, going across that gap, like this gap right here, this is, as far as that one map was concerned, that's the general cutoff. There's no trees beyond that point of this type. So it makes sense that there wouldn't be any sunsap over there either. So I think my main way of finding sunsap is just gonna be, ooh, I would like this odd onion. That would be very nice. I think I can grow those too. You see how there's these heartbeats here? I think if I plant an odd onion in a farming plot, I think that it will give a mixture of both of those, odd onions and heartbeats. If I remember correctly, because I think that's how it was in the first game. Just get these guys out of here. Just say no to tar. So yeah, we were definitely checking like all the correct regions of the map here. Like they totally would be around these areas. I think it's just one of those things where maybe there's only... Maybe it can only really spawn a couple of them at a time, perhaps? Maybe there's like a spawn cap on it. So it'll only spawn a couple of them at any given time, and won't move them to a new place until I harvest the ones that exist. See, I haven't done the testing to check like whether resources will eventually relocate after a certain amount of time. There's some more sunsap. Or if the resources will always stay in the same location until they're harvested. That seems like something I could do some testing for. Assuming that that testing hasn't already been done. It wouldn't surprise me if someone had looked into that already. Just to try and crack the code, as it were. Try to figure out, you know, like the most optimal way to gather these world-based resources. Yeah, we had a couple more sunsaps. That's pretty good. I think that's enough for the next level of Golden Sureshot. That one upgrade. Couldn't afford it earlier because we needed 2 sunsap and we only had 1 at the time. Now we have a brand new 2 of them. Now that we've checked that out, and I guess we've interacted with the weather system on some level, like the snow and stuff was already here. It just wasn't... We just didn't have the weather update when we first came here. So now we've got snow populated in the weather tracker. Yeah, that's a kind of sneaky little spot. Yeah, just double check these trees real quick, make sure there's nothing going on. There's nothing else. I say we head back to the ranch because there's probably a good number of things to take care of back there. Oh, right, I forgot this is not a one-way home teleport. This was also something that didn't have a purpose for a while. There was just this dome here, but now the dome has a purpose. Prickle pear. Wait a minute. Hold on. Prickle pear. I feel like we don't have that yet. Yeah, that's new. That's definitely new. I think I'm gonna get rid of the odd onion, because we can grow more of those. Prickle pears are new. Let me look at this. Favored by Dervish Slime. Yeah, that's one of our 2 returning slime types from Slime Rancher 1. That wasn't in the original early access release of Slime Rancher 2. Prickle pears are a fruit that know how to put up a fight. With a thick, leathery skin and covered in sharp barbs. They're an acquired taste, to be sure. But those that put forth the cautious effort will find one of the sweetest fruits in the known universe hiding within. Deposit a prickle pear into a garden's depositor, and you'll grow a large prickle pear tree of your very own. Alright. Good to know. I should probably start growing this. Probably what I can do is replace the... I can replace this water lettuce back at the ranch. More prickle pear. Interesting. So this is a place to grab prickle pears in the wild. Good to know. Let's head back to home. that is a one-way teleporter there. I'm kind of wondering if I can craft some more of those. Head down to the lab real quick. I need to deposit some stuff too, but let me look and see. Warp tech. Let's see. Oh, we don't have this the snowy teleporter yet. Or do we? Wait. Because we can fabricate these again, but we can only have one set of each at any given point. It says unavailable. I'm wondering. I also didn't see a one-way teleporter. Oh yeah, these home portals, that's what these are. So I've already used all the ones available right now. Suppose I should make another refinery link to replace the one I used. So I can make the gray and the blue teleporters. Do I not have those? I have the pink teleporters. And then I have the region-specific teleporters over here. Those are... yeah, for Ember Valley, Starlight Strand, and Powderfall Bluffs, they each have their own portal that, when stepped into, takes you to the portal that you would be placed upon when first entering the area, like this here. Oh. Oh, there's a weather event happening in Starlight Strand right now. Interesting. Because, like, there's something over here, and it also has a double up arrow, so... let me deposit these... Let me deposit these research materials here. For the slime science. Let's go hit up the Starlight Strand teleporter real quick. Right over here. Starlight Strand, let's go. Should be this one. Thunderstorm. Ooh. Few other spectacles in nature compete with the crack of thunder and flash of lightning during a storm. On Rainbow Island, these storms can sometimes cause lightning to strike down from above, crashing into the ground with incredible force. So when the skies begin to rumble, watch out. So Starlight Strand's having a lightning storm. Oh, wow. Oh, that's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that is kind of cool, having some more ambient weather effects like that. That also is gonna go a long way to making this game feel more unique and varied than Slime Rancher 1's areas. Because Slime Rancher 1, I definitely got used to things after a while. And things start to feel kind of the same after I've run through an area, you know, 100, 200 times. Oh. What do you mean, lightning strike? While the drama of distant thunderstorms can be a delight to witness, they can cause lightning to rip through the sky and crash into the ground. So for ranchers that fancy themselves storm chasers, look out for the crackle of electricity beneath your feet, as a searing lightning bolt is surely on the way. Okay. I mean, I didn't see anything, but I'll take your word for it. That was very close by. I didn't see a dang thing. I'm trying to see like what the electricity looks like, so that I know what to watch out for, basically. Oh, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. That is wicked looking. That's pretty cool. So that's nice to be able to look on the map and see if a region is currently... Oh, wow. Boy, that storm kicked into overdrive. Oh, Rainbow Fields is having a weather event going on that we haven't seen yet. I kind of want to get them all cataloged. So let's head back. Thunderstorm is cool and all, but I want to check and see what's going on in Rainbow Fields. Also, we got some more wax up here. May as well grab it while I'm here. Alright, let's see what's going on in Rainbow Fields. We're just kind of collecting all our weather statuses here. Pollen. Rainbow Island is lush with trees and flowers, so it's not unusual to find clouds that cause tears of joy and sneezes of joy as a reaction to the majesty of nature in full bloom. But nature on Rainbow Island rarely stops there, as pollen clouds are often a precursor to more aggressive forms of plant life, expanding their reach. Now, if I didn't know any better, I would say that that was making a certain implication. Possibly relating to one of the returning slimes. By the way, if you're looking for strange diamonds, one of the places I've tended to find them is in here in this cave. Usually around here, I think, is a possible spawn for the strange diamond, just like in this cave area. It's not super frequent, but it is a possible spawn. It's one of the places I usually check whenever I'm looking for strange diamonds. Oh, that's cool. Starlight Strand is over that way, so I can still see the thunderstorm like happening over there. That is cool. I can see like the thunderclouds. That's nice. So you might even be able to glean from environmental cues in other areas if something is happening in a different region of the world. Look, you can see the Starlight Strand trees from there. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did it change the music a little bit too whenever we had the thunderstorm going on? I feel like the music is changing in accordance with the weather. Because even for Slime Rancher, this music feels a little specifically more whimsical than usual. And I think it's because of the pollen going on. I do like... what is the term for it? I can't think of the term for it. But basically when the soundtrack is like reactive to things happening in the game. It's not diegetic, that's not the term I'm looking for. Let's remove the crops. Plant the prickle pear tree instead. These will eventually spoil and go away, so I don't need to worry about cleaning them up. Go ahead and get our gifts from friends. Thanks, Mochi. Very cool. Thanks for the bush. Alright, let's real quick, since I imagine the pollen's going to take some time to kind of really kick into full gear, let's go ahead and get our golden sure shot, which we thankfully have enough gold plorts for. So I think we've got a few spare upstairs in storage as well. This triples the amount of gold plorts that gold slimes produce when hit. We'll take it. Now we need 3 plorts and 3 sun sap. That I can probably do. I know we should have 3 gold plorts up here. Oh yeah, we have more than that. How's our supply doing on plort collectors? Yeah, we'll probably need to go around and do that. Prickle pears, prickle pears. Where to store the prickle pears? I guess we'll get rid of the sea hens from this storage. And we'll put the prickle pears in there so we have them stored away. Place to actually keep them. Let's see. Oh, the pollen's starting to kick up a little bit more. Thunderstorm's still going at full force in the Starlight Strand. And of course, still snowing in Powderfall Bluffs. Since the pollen's kicking up a bit more over here, I just take a quick look around. Boof. 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 One of the upgrades you can purchase is this little, like, pulse cannon. Uses a bunch of energy, but it can give you a little bit of space around the slimes. Just be careful not to spam it, because 20 energy a pop, it definitely starts to add up quickly, especially before getting any of the energy capacity upgrades. Figure I'd just kind of take a look around and see if we can find our new slime type, because I definitely think that this would be the weather condition to find it in. Hopefully it's not time locked in any way, and it's just dependent on the weather pattern being pollen. Because if it's pollen and daytime, then I'm gonna be in a little bit of trouble, because we only have pollen, because it's turning nighttime. I am wondering if maybe I need to wait for the triple arrow, the triple up arrow, for it to really be fully kicked in. These guys are fine. Let's empty out these plort collectors real quick. Just make a little bit more room in here so that they don't start crowding inside the corral. That's always a fun time. We'll dump these gold plorts into the research materials. And then we'll just go around and keep checking on our ranch real quick here. Make sure that everything is in good shape. Also keeping an eye on the weather patterns for rainbow fields. As soon as that goes up to a triple arrow, I want to go back out and check and see if we can find a new slime. Because I'm not sure what conditions the new slimes are gonna spawn in. Since they're bundled in with the weather update, I think they're weather specific. Hello, Jellystone. Take some free research materials. Yeah, there are a couple of spots on the ranch itself for gathering some early game slime research materials, like that Jellystone there. So there's some spots like that just around the conservatory. Yeah, get this emptied most of the way. And then double check. I just want to check the weather every once in a while. I mean, just judging based off of the thunderstorm still going over in the Starlight Strand, it's just now starting to cool off. Seems like these weather patterns last for a little bit. So it doesn't seem like they really go through super quickly. So I have a little bit of time to kind of prepare for them, and then also to capitalize on them while they're around, to whatever extent that may or may not be necessary for certain weather patterns. We'll grab this. We'll go check on the chickens, since the pollen is still at a 2-arrow level. These guys are still fine. The hens are breaching containment, because of course they are. Get these guys. Starting to think I might be able to take these guys out of the rotation. Yeah, I can take these guys out of the rotation, I think. I'll just keep them, because I've got the coop that's over by the Angler Largo corral. So I don't think I need to also have this coop running at the same time, since this is completely full. I think we should be okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave those guys there for now. We're going to go back up here. I'm going to clean them out in just a second. I just want to deposit the ones that I have into the feeder. So that we then have enough space to go grab the other chickens that are hanging out in that coop. So that it can be completely empty and I don't have to worry about them escaping or something. Because they will do that. Because, yeah, there's just a rooster hanging out outside of a coop, which is definitely not where they're supposed to be. I think bring this guy with, and we'll drop him off at the other coop. And then we'll just let that tree grow, get some prickle pears from that. We'll take these roostros, we'll drop them off over here. It's definitely getting pretty full in there. Thing is, if I keep them happy, they don't jump as much. is these guys, the tabbies and the hunters, they have a tendency to be very bouncy. Bouncy, pouncy, trouncy, flouncy. You know, all the things that Tiggers are. I love how there's also a line where the pollen just kind of stops right here. Let's take a look. We're at 2 arrows for our pollen still. I've been away for a while, so I want to check and see if anything new spawns in. I feel like this type of area, this big open field here, would be a great place to see them. I'm not seeing any new slimes. But just keep my eyes open. Just in case. Just in case. Don't want this guy getting too close to the ranch, though, because he'll start eating my crops. I don't want him eating my crops. Let's see, what else did I need to do? I guess we can go check on the puddle slimes. The puddle slimes are only really limited by the number of plorts they have around them at any given moment. Oh, this guy's filled up the thunderclock hens. That's why I have an additional coop set up for these guys here too. I also realized that I still have sea hens in my inventory. I should probably do something with those when I go back to the main conservatory area. Get those guys all put in there. And then I need to empty this out completely. This guy's getting a little unruly. I'm guessing he hasn't eaten in a while. He was completely out of food. So this is what happens when slimes get upset. That music... Oh. The music changed when we got to 3. Oh. Vine Tangle. Oh. Well, that's an indicator of what I need to be looking at right now. A strange phenomenon occurs on Rainbow Island when pollen clouds swell to unusual levels. Plant life in the area will grow rapidly and erratically, spreading creeping vines in all directions. These vines will spawn large buds that blossom into fruits and veggies and make for a great hunting ground for the wild tangle slimes that sometimes appear. So that's putting a little bit of pressure on me to get back out to Rainbow Field pretty expediently. Because tangle slimes are what I'm looking for with the pollen. I just want to get these guys real quick so that they don't reach containment. Full on those, so there's 4 of you, and then 2 there. Alright, dump a bunch of them in there. The excess goes back into here. Because the ringtail slimes are a little bit of a special case. They have to be handled a little differently from other slimes. Because ringtail slimes, they will eat even if they're not hungry. So whatever food is given to them, they'll eat it, even if they won't produce plorts from having eaten it. So, like what I'm doing with the tabby hunter largos, where I just have a consistently self-feeding ecosystem of food source. inside of the corral itself, that would not work for the ringtail slime because it will just eat anything. It will just eat anything that's placed in there. I'll worry about the sea hens later. Right now, I need to get out here and see what we've got going on. Oh, look at that. Got some new area decorations because of the Tangle Slime stuff going on. The increase in pollen count. So now I just will need to try and find one of those areas where there's some sort of tangle bud going on. Just take a look around, see if I can find anything. Not seeing anything right now. Haven't seen anything yet. I don't know why there would be one over here, but just to double check. I'm gonna take a look around and see if I can find them. I want them. New slime type means I gotta get them. Get this guy out of here. Yeah, nighttime is a bit risky. I think the tars are stronger at night. They take more damage to defeat them. I don't know if they also deal more damage. Can't say I'm too familiar with the damage numbers specifically. We're still in... we're down to 2. That's unfortunate. I think I may have missed my chance. At least now we have the entry. We kind of know what we're looking for. I think I just spent a little too long performing upkeep on the ranch here, which is part of why I reduced the... I went to reduced functions in the first place. So I wouldn't have to micromanage being on the ranch as frequently. I could explore the world a bit more and just have a bit more freedom to do that. Let me clean these guys up. Let me drop whatever else is in here. It is getting pretty full. That's a lot of chickens, a lot of roosters. Let's see, how's that tree coming along? Still going. Still waiting on it. Not a problem. We still have our puddle slimes to check on. Just double check, make sure the Yoki slime hasn't dropped any egg recently. So I think, I don't know which one the prickle pear would be for. I don't know if the prickle pear would be for Tangle or Dervish. I think it'd be Dervish. I think the Dervish slime likes the prickle pear, if I remember correctly, because the Tangle slime, Slime Rancher 1, I remember it definitely was carnivorous. Or at least that was its preferred food choice, was some type of chicken. This last puddle plort is like blending in somewhere. There it is. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find those. It should be full, right? And the only plort types I have that aren't full right now is, I guess, the phosphor plort I used some of. And then cotton plorts. Gold plorts, obviously. Saber plorts we can get more of. We're working on that with the ringtail slime. So if I have a plort type that I am specifically low on that I can cross with the ringtail slime, I tend to do that with my undersupplied plorts because the ringtail slime, since it eats more frequently, it generates more plorts over time. It just also consumes more resources over time as like a trade-off. But yeah, since the saber plorts are what I'm lowest on in terms of slimes I can actually cross over with the ringtail, I figure that's our best option for now. And then for food, I usually feed it whatever the favored type is of whatever I cross over with the ringtail, because I can't remember. I don't think the ringtail has a favored food type because it just eats everything. It is basically just a giant black hole of infinite feeding potential. Looks like these guys are already getting some new, getting some fresh blood in there. Let's see. Do we have any weather patterns elsewhere? Oh, Starlight Strand's getting something in addition to its thunderstorm. There's something else also happening. That is definitely worth checking out. Because if that evolves the way I'm hoping it does, we may get a chance at our other new slime. Rain. Okay. So we got some rain. That's a pretty pleasant weather condition. Whether a light drizzle or a heavy downpour, rain can make any corner of Rainbow Island a little more dramatic. But rain can also help keep tar at bay. Pretty big. Naturally water wild fruits, veggies, and crops, and delight puddle slimes everywhere. Now that's something I didn't think about. I never really thought about that I can actually water the wild crops. I don't know if I can do that, or if that's just a byproduct of the weather condition. But I assume that these spots, like where these fruits and stuff are growing, are going to be more prolific while it's raining. But either way, that does seem very useful. But wow, like how atmospheric is this? We've got like the thunder and the gentle rain. Distant thunder, gentle rain. Really nice stuff. Ember Valley doesn't have anything really going on. If the location of those prickly pears is any indication, though, I have a feeling that that may be where we find that weather condition that I'm looking for. To locate dervish slimes. But that still remains to be seen. For now, though, let's go explore the eye. Excuse me. May as well just explore the coastal areas of the Starlight Strand here for a bit. Just take in the lovely ambient weather we've got going on. take some time to actually fully appreciate the new weather system they've got going on. It is pretty nice. Come on, buddy. There you go. It is nice to have something like the rain. It really just makes the game feel that much more cozy. Have just like a gentle drizzle, the distant thunder. Really nice. Very pleasant. Thunder feels a little closer than I would have anticipated. But not a big deal. Let's walk around and grab some resources while we're out here. Oh, I think there was a resource here and it just vanished, so I think that answers that question. It does look like eventually the resources will... Oh, hang on. We're getting wind. Nothing beats the cool breeze of sea air that rolls through every corner of Rainbow Island. But when cool breezes become gusts and gales, anything that isn't rooted to the ground can find itself going wherever the wind decides to take it. That sounds promising for dervish slimes, though. Consider this. Consider the weather we've got going on right now. We've got a level 3 thunderstorm, we've got level 2 rain, and we've got level 1 wind. Rain, thunder, and wind. If we get enough wind, we're probably gonna see some like tornado type weather. We're gonna see some twisters. Oh. Gotta watch that lightning strike there. Excuse me, pal. Trying to do some resource gathering. But if we get enough wind, we're probably gonna start seeing some twisters. And if anybody's familiar with the dervish slimes, I think it'll be pretty apparent that will be a very, very good time to try and find them. Ooh, also this, like, these puddles. Like, the world has puddles that form when it rains. And that's pretty cool. Because Slime Rancher never had a system like this with weather. There's only one area that had an occasional atmospheric influence. I don't know if that really would constitute weather. It was like solar flares, basically, was what it was. Every once in a while, there would just be these little solar flares that would cause, you know, spontaneous combustion at ground level. So it could be a little dangerous whenever that decides to flare up. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Oh, got another lightning strike coming in. Look out! Blasted. It'd be funny if I could, like, vacuum the air and get water from it. Wow. I can get some real hang time off of that water shot. Dang, that takes like 6 seconds to go from shot in the air to hitting the ground. That's some pretty strong hang time. Ooh. Painted hen. That's also new. Painted hens are colorful chickens once found exclusively in a very distant region of the far, far range known as the Glass Desert. Which I've been referring to because that's where I think that's where the dervish slimes were first encountered. I can't quite remember. I think that is, though. Sounds right. Given that the prismatic qualities of its flora match the plumage of a painted hen, could it be that these birds actually originated on Rainbow Island? If so, how did they also manage to get to the nearly impossible to reach Glass Desert? It all adds up to yet another incredible chicken-related mystery in our universe. Keeping too many chickens in close proximity makes them anxious and egg production will come to a halt. I don't think that really happens. Just gonna say that right now. Y'all have seen how my coops end up. I don't think that they really slow down all that much. But yet, favored by Tangle Slime. So we have our foods. I could probably start actually, cultivating some painted hens, because the thing is, fruit and vegetables, like the farmable foods, they're very consistent in their production. They always produce the same amount of food in the same amount of time. They're very consistent. They're very easy to manage and account for. Chickens, on the other hand... Oh, we lost our wind. No wind for us. Unless that wind only shows up in the coastal region. I don't think... Since it's part of Starlight Strand, I would think it would all be together. Need to go to the map. I keep opening the Slimepedia instead of the map. Yeah, since there's no wind happening here anymore, I think... Let's head back to the ranch and get these painted hens set up. I say painted hens plural, but I've only got the one. For now. We will change that in due time. We'll get ourselves all set up. Let's see how you guys doing. Oh, wow. Pretty full. Pretty full. Oh, we have our first harvest of prickly pears. Let's grab them. Yeah, the chickens grow at, or like, they'll like reproduce at different rates. They're a little more difficult to directly account for and, measure out. It's a little tougher to really be able to say, I know exactly how much yield I'm going to get from the chickens in X amount of time. Fruits are very consistent. And they also don't try to run away. They don't breach containment or anything like that. So that's why I tend to prefer my fruit-based options. come back here. Because they're very consistent and controllable. And that's why I oftentimes end up with, like, honey slimes being my fallback option. Because having something fruit-based is very simple. Now, I'm not sure what I want to do here. I guess we could use the sea hens or the briar hens enclosures. I feel like the sea hens are probably a little safer to go with. And then I'll just borrow a couple of roostros from a neighboring coop, since I need to clear these out anyway. And just manage the population density here. Alright, we have 12 of these. Okay, and then 2 roostros. Grab the stony hens. Not sure how that roostro got out. Just drop these guys back off in here, and then 2 roostros. Drop the rest of the stony hens in here. We could honestly probably stop with the stony hens as well. I think I'll do that. We're almost full on this. We'll just leave like 1 roostro in there. These guys we need to keep going. Let's see what else I've got in here. See, I've got the basics set up here. I've got the stony, the briar, and the sea hen chicks all here. And then same thing with the adults. So probably what I will end up doing is, I guess the painted hens will have to go in here. Once I actually get some. I gotta wait for them to do their thing first. I don't think I need to specifically farm any more of the stony hens because I don't think we're gonna be in short supply anytime soon if this pile is to be trusted. That's anything to go by. We do have these Thunderclock hens I forgot to get rid of, but this is filling up so fast. I need to empty this stuff out like constantly. Yeah, imagine me trying to do this, but with like twice as many active corrals and also trying to explore. I wouldn't have the time and space to do it. I just wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why I reduced the number of slimes that we have on the ranch right now. Eventually, at some point in the future, whenever they add the drones back in, I will likely be able to bring back up the numbers of slimes that we have on the ranch because I'll have some automated help. But until they drop that drone update, whenever that happens, I gotta do everything manually. The most automation I've got is these feeders and the plort collectors. Like, that's about all I've really got. And like, that's still very helpful to not have to manually feed them and collect the plorts from the corrals. Don't get me wrong, that's still very, very handy and helpful to have. But imagine being able to just have a drone, the fruit from the trees, and just like grab food from plots and bring it to the corrals, put them in the auto feeders, and also take the plorts out of the collectors and just put them in the plort market. Just automatically sell them to keep those clear. That in itself would be so much micromanagement cut out. And it would make exploring a whole lot more possible, just in terms of having the space and the time to do it, while also having a relatively functional ranch, where I'm not just completely neglecting it in favor of exploring. Yeah, back in Slime Rancher 1, having those drones was a game changer. It freed me up so much to be able to just explore the world and be able to navigate some of the endgame areas like the Glass Desert. I'm trying to remember what the Quantum Ruins were called. Because I feel like they had a little bit more of a name to it than just Quantum Ruins, but maybe they didn't. Maybe it was just called the Quantum Ruins. Hello, Bless. Welcome on in. How's the weather out there? Great question. Let's take a look. Well, Starlight Strand is still having a heavy rainstorm. Lots of thunder and lightning and a good amount of rain. Powderfall Bluffs, of course, it's snowing like always. Now we can actually see it on the weather tracker. And I've actually successfully harvested sunsap, so now I know what it looks like and where it is. It's still not super common to come across by any means, but at least now I know where and how to look for it. So that is very helpful. Drop 10 of these in here to refill what you had used. Sell the rest. But yeah, how's things with you, Bless? It's good to see you. Yeah, little slime's cute as ever. They haven't changed a bit. They've been sitting here patiently for, like, half a year or more since the last time I played, just chilling out, and they're still just as happy as when I left them. Head on over here. I gotta check on my ringtail largo over here. He's a hungry boy. Grab these out of here. I do want to actually go and check out the oh wow, Starlight Strand is really stormy. I actually want to go, like, show that off. I haven't been out there during a huge storm. See that we have egg over here. I need to grab a couple of Yoki plorts. We'll leave those guys alone. Put these in the research. Alright, let's pop over to Starlight Strand real quick and see if we can't catch that big stormy weather. See what we got going on over here. Yep. Level 3 thunderstorm, level 3 rain. Boy, it's so rainy that it's making my screen wet. But like, look at this place. It's such a different vibe with the thunder and the rain. And the music changes with it too. So like, not only do we have the weather changing, but the music changes to kind of match the mood that the weather brings. And look at all the water effects on my little vacuum gun. We get these little puddles too, so we can splash in some puddles. So the more it rains, we get more of these puddles. They start to form in different areas. It's really nice. And the thing is, this may not be an update that brings in like a whole new area like the Song of the Sabers update did. But consider that this weather system is going to be like, this is universal. So this is like, the weather system is going to be something that's in effect across the rest of the game. So it may not necessarily seem like a whole lot on the surface, but considering that this is a game-wide change, over time its impact will just inherently become larger and larger. Like, I love the way the music changes too. Like, that really sells the whole thing, because it would just be, that's the thing, it's all the different pieces put together that make this such a wonderful experience. So they didn't just add a weather system and keep the soundtrack the same. They made it so that the music actually reflects the weather that's happening to, you know, match the mood that the weather kind of brings. So I think a lot of developers would just say, hey, you know, we put a weather system in, call it a day. But it's those little touches, like having the soundtrack actually, you know, dynamically shift to match what's going on. That goes a long way. And that's the thing, is like, it really has become even cozier. If such a thing was even possible. Hello, Dylan the Bridge lowering Dylan raid. Welcome on in, everyone. I'm just out here appreciating the rain and thunder that we now have in our Slime Rancher 2 time. Really digging the vibes. This game was already super cozy to begin with. Now with the weather update, the coziness has gotten even more enhanced. Look at this place. Yeah, they just recently added in the update for weather. I think Slime Rancher 1, the only thing we had that was kind of close to this was the solar storms in the Glass Desert. I think that was about it. Yeah, it is really, really nice here. Also, I haven't gotten a chance to do this in a while. Let me see if this command still works. Hopefully it does. Give it a try. Nice. Yeah, it still works. Awesome. Oh, webkins. Now that's something I have not... Oh, there goes one of my whacks, but that's fine. Can always find some more. Webkins I'm not too familiar with. But how was that? How was the stream? Oh, oh, he Angie. Oh, watch out for the Angie boy. Let's get over here to some happier slimes, just chilling, vibing, having a good time. Bouncing around. Not everything works anymore. Yeah. Yeah, Webkins has been around for quite a while, so that kind of makes sense. I know there's kind of a similar thing that's happened with things like what was it, Neopets? I know that's something my fiance used to play a lot when she was younger, and coming back to it over time, it's like it's still around to some extent, but it's definitely showing its age in a lot of ways, and just isn't quite as functional as it used to be. But that's also one that I'm not super familiar with. I just was never very online when I was younger. Most of my time was console gaming, I think. I just wasn't online very much. That has changed over time, though. But thank you, Dylan, for the follow. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying your time here so far. Always fun to have some new friends hang out. Enjoy some of the chill stream time. I've been meaning to get to Slime Rancher 2 for a while, since the weather update came out. Gosh, what was it, like 2-3 weeks ago? Something like that. I just hadn't had the time to play it, because I was in the middle of playing through the entire Sly Cooper series all in one go. Oh, oh, watch that lightning strike. Oof. Watch that weather. Sometimes it fights back. Yeah, now I finally have a free moment, now that we're done with Sly Cooper for the time being, to just kind of check out what Slime Rancher 2's got going on with the weather update and all that. Let's see. Oh, something's going on in the Rainbow Fields. Oh, Rainbow Fields also has some rain. Ooh, Ember Valley's got pollen and wind? Might have to go check that out. Looks like pretty calm weather, all things considered. Do need to head back over that way, though. Yeah, it is interesting how they've been able to preserve some different things like Neopets, and be able to keep it even moderately functional throughout the years, because technology changes quite a bit over time. So it is cool to see things like that, and then also with Flash no longer being actively supported, being able to see things like, oh, I wanted to go through the other portal. Oh, we'll pop right back. I'll go through the other portal because it'll be simpler to get to the Ember Valley that way. But being able to have things like Flashpoint where all of these Flash games are actively preserved and are still, functional and playable for, the foreseeable future. Yeah, there's a lot of, online community games like Neopets and Pop Tropica, I see was mentioned, that kind of stuff that I never really had the chance to experience those worlds for myself because, like I said, I wasn't really online when those websites were in their heyday. Like, I think the most I ever really was on was probably early YouTube, and that's mostly it. I did a little bit of RuneScape, but I was never very much of a social player, so I never really heard about games like that that were more focused on some of the community aspect of it. Like something with, say, like Neopets, like that's something I only really experienced that way later. Like, I'd heard about it, but I didn't really know anything about it or experience it for myself until my fiance introduced me to it. That was only within the past several years. So it's definitely had some time even since then to kind of like, it's only gotten older as everything does. But that's the way things go sometimes. Nothing lasts forever, so it is kind of interesting to be able to hear about people's experiences with those different sites and communities, since I never was a part of it myself. A bit of a vicarious experience, I suppose. I think that's one of the things that really draws me to different series, like I always watch Josh Strife Hayes does the Worst MMO Ever series. It is interesting to see like all these different games that just basically are on life support now, but they still have a community of people, however small it may be. They're still there. They're still interacting with each other and keeping the game alive. It's really interesting to see all these little ecosystems still just kind of relatively self-sustaining. Here are resources above me. I heard something do a little jingle jangle. Here? It is down here. Hello. Hello, radiant ore. Let's see. Oh, I guess the wind is over in the Ember Valley. Starlight Strand's still kicking around with the thunder. The reason I'm trying to kind of look at the weather patterns is because not only did they add, the weather system as a whole is a new thing, but with it, they also brought back a couple of slimes from Slime Rancher 1. I haven't been able to encounter any of them yet because I can't really influence the weather system directly. So I just have to wait for the weather to do certain things to have a chance to see them. But I know they exist because we've gotten both of their favorite foods as pickups in the world. So I can at least start stocking up for when we do encounter those slimes. So with the weather update, we have the return of the Dervish and the Tangle slimes. So we have the subsequent return of the Prickle Pear and the Painted Hen, respectively, as their favorite foods. Now, I found their foods, but I haven't seen the slimes themselves. So that is still pending. But I'm sure in due time I will eventually come across the weather conditions to see them again. Oh, nice. Strange diamond. We can grow these, so I'll leave them behind, because I'd rather grab the strange diamond while we have one around. Come across those two frequently. I know we've got some more oil deposits. If you need primordial oil, this water pool up here usually gives a good amount of it. There's usually like 3 deposits of it up here. And also a ton of puddle slimes. So, good place to get puddle slimes too if you need them. For reference on the map, that is right here. Is there a big difference between the first and second games? I suppose it depends on what aspect you would be referring to, because there are some differences that are more substantial than others. As far as the movement and the gameplay mechanics, it all feels very familiar. It still plays and feels like Slime Rancher 1. You still got your standard energy meter, you've got health. Sprinting takes a little bit of energy, you've still got the unlockable jetpack. The backpack works the same, though it is more upgradable now. So you can actually have more inventory slots in addition to expanding their capacity. So that's pretty handy. But as far as things that are different, they did retool the animations of the slimes. So now they're a little less strictly circular. Now they have a little bit more squash and stretch to them. So they can kind of like take on a bit more of a different shape to them. I think they also changed the way that they leave behind the little puddles a bit more. So it kind of blends a bit nicer. Yeah, so now the slimes are even more wiggly than they used to be. And of course the area design. Like, I think this is one of the biggest changes, is just look at this view. This is when you first enter Ember Valley, you can see this vista. You can see the volcano off in the distance there. Now that is very picturesque. I think that's one of the biggest improvements for me personally from Slime Rancher 1, is just how uniquely designed and picturesque the world itself is. So this is our home base. This is the conservatory, so this is the new ranch. This is where everything all starts. I have it running at a bit of reduced capacity right now, mainly because I wanted to be able to go out and explore the world a bit more, and I found myself having to micromanage the slimes a bit too much to be able to actually go out and do things. So I have a few spots where there's like empty corrals or temporary storage for later times. I'm mainly looking forward to whenever they add in the drones again, because that will really help free me up to bring the ranch back up to a higher capacity of operation, but also still not having to micromanage it as frequently. Way I can go out and appreciate this gorgeous world that they've built. Because like just from the conservatory, you can see a couple of major landmark areas. That's the Ember Valley. That's where we just were. And there's the Starlight Strand, which I think that's one of the most striking visual areas. The fact that it's like split in half into these like two distinct color sections. As far as world design goes, it also seems like there's a lot more. When it comes to the world design, it feels like there's a lot more verticality. Slime Rancher 1, after a while, you definitely start to kind of notice that it feels more flat, especially when compared to the areas in Slime Rancher 2 here. They really made it a lot more vertical. There's a lot more use for the jetpack beyond just crossing gaps. It actually pays off to kind of try to find ways to get more height, to explore more of the areas. So that's really nice. I suppose we'll probably empty these out here. Make sure these don't fill up too much. Get that taken care of. Sell these off. I'm trying to think what else is different. One thing I find kind of funny that is different is we don't have a flashlight anymore. I don't know if they just felt like, oh, we don't really need a flashlight. There's not really dark areas anymore. Because, like, caves are still pretty easy to see in. Wonder if they just felt like the flashlight was maybe not a relevant feature to include. But it was something I noticed almost right away, just because I'm used to toggling it on and off at different points for, like, caves and such. So I was like, wait a minute. We don't have a flashlight anymore. Feels kind of weird. I've never really found myself, like, really wishing I had one. Because it's not like I've really ever needed to have a flashlight somewhere where it's like, man, if I had a flashlight here, that would make this so much better. It just was something I was used to that I had to realize, like, oh yeah, it's just not in the game. I'm trying to think, like, what other differences. And we still got the gadget system. We still got some familiar stuff like the hydro turrets and teleporters, refinery and market links, all that sort of stuff. But I think they said they're working on a system so that with the gadgets, we won't have these specific gadget spots anymore. I think they said they're working on a system where you can just place gadgets freely in the world, just wherever. So I think that will be really nice, especially for decorating, because decorations also take up one of these gadget spots. They're in the game, they're technically considered gadgets. So you'd have to use one of these spots to put down a decoration, like, say, I've got one over here, these like branches here. That takes up a gadget spot. But once they update it to be free placing, to be able to freely place the gadgets anywhere, that will make decorating a lot more, customizable. Because right now there's only really so much that can be done in terms of where these things are placed, because there's only so many gadget slots. But once that's opened up, that'll free up a lot of options for decorating. And besides that, we do have a new design for the Slimepedia. This actually was just recently changed in the weather update as well. So the Slimepedia looks a lot nicer, has a lot more easy to use. So we can take a look at all of our slimes, resources, get some little blurbs about the different areas. The recently added weather, also we can track different weather conditions, get a little bit of a rundown on those. All the important information and stuff. We do have a few new slime types. We have cotton slimes, just really doubling down on the cute factor of this game. Absolutely. We have angler slimes, which can actually, they can use their lure to basically do like a flash, like a flashbang. We have baddie slimes. We've got flutter slimes. We've got the ever devious ringtail slimes. These guys are very, very mischievous. And we've got a lot of familiar faces in here. We still got the tabby, the hunter, the rock slimes, honey slimes. We've still got our lucky and gold slimes. And for people who were a fan of the saber slimes, we now actually have a singular saber slime. We don't have them only as hybrids in like a side area. With the Song of the Sabers update that introduced the Powderfall Bluffs area, we now also have saber slimes. So now we can cross them over with other things of our own free will. We also have the Yoki slime. This one is kind of hard to find because they only show up, they'll show up randomly at different, like where chickens would spawn, like in the wild, like different chicken nests. There is a chance of finding a Yoki slime. I actually do have one. Let me grab my little sprint pad here. Dash pad. I have my Yoki slime over here. Also, thank you, Amber Stormblade, for the follow. Really appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying your time here. So, let me see here. Here's our Yoki slime. And these guys like to hang around in the chicken coops. And every once in a while, they'll drop one of these giant eggs. You break these open, and that's how you get the plorts. I think the amount that you get is semi-random. I haven't had a whole lot of time with this guy, and he's the only one I've got. So I don't really have a whole lot of an idea of like how much he provides per egg. But I'd say it's a
Hello there.
pretty good amount. Hello, Tune. Welcome on in. How are you doing? We got a lot of Thunderclock chicks. This ringtail slime is gonna be well fed. Very well fed. Yeah, that's one thing I've really find interesting with Slime Rancher 2 is they're keeping, you know, the core fundamentals of what makes Slime Rancher what it is. Keeping, you know, like the coops and the corrals and the movement and stuff is all very familiar. But they're also taking the time to introduce some new mechanics. Things like the Yoki slime having a unique way of acquiring its plorts. Kind of like the fire and the puddle slimes having their own unique methods. But stuff like that is really interesting. Just having some new stuff added in. And also throughout the world, there are these little guys, these research drones, that have these little lore logs. Just some logs of whoever used to be here before us. And there's some interesting mysteries going on in these logs. It's been a while since I've read all of them, so I'm a little, well, I guess more than a little fuzzy on the details. But there's definitely something strange going on in this new world that we found ourselves in. But yeah, I think that free placement system is going to be really nice for decorating, because like just being able to choose where to put things makes a huge difference when it comes to decorating, I would think. I'm not even usually that big on decorating, but with the new what is it called? The range exchange? With the new range exchange system, we don't really have like the range exchange as it was. We have this communications station instead. And every once in a while, they'll just they'll just be like, hey, you want a gift? Here you go. And they'll just give me a decoration, like these patches of grass. You can just place these down. So being fed with a consistent amount of free decorations, in addition to whatever you want to craft from the slime research, there really is just all the freedom to go and decorate, because you're definitely not going to be lacking for decorations. I don't think I've crafted more than maybe 1 or 2 decorations. This is just all stuff I've gotten as gifts from the NPCs. So that's pretty fun. Yeah, these guys are having a fun time. It's Tabby Hunter Largos. I just have them swimming in chickens. Never go hungry, that's for sure. Weather outside is frightful, but in here it's so delightful. Well, I'm always glad to hear that. Starlight Strand's having a little bit of rain. Waterfall Bluffs, as usual, is snowing. Yeah, I don't think there's really much going on. So, in terms of the new slimes that are related to the weather update, I guess new being new to Slime Rancher 2, returning from Slime Rancher 1. The Tangle Slimes, they show up whenever we have... I'll probably pull it up here. Tangle Slimes show up whenever we have pollen. Whenever we have strong pollen conditions. I don't think we've seen the weather condition that the Dervish Slimes show up in. Because I think we've had wind, which is on the right track, but we haven't had, you know, like any tornadoes or twisters happen, which I think would be the ideal conditions to try and locate a Dervish Slime. So I haven't seen the new slimes in person yet, but I know they're out there. We've got some of their resources stocked up here. We've almost got a full slot of prickle pears for whenever we do find the Dervish Slime. That reminded me I need to go check on the chicken area over here. So I got a bunch of chickens over here. Just gotta make sure that I'm keeping the population kind of controlled here. So if there's too many of these guys, they do tend to breach containment quite readily. Alright, these guys I said I was done with, because we don't need any more stony hens. So what we could do for the time being is we got some painted chickadoos, so those are also new. So we'll just split these up into multiple coops. And then we'll just store them here, probably. And I think that'll work pretty well. I'm getting a head start on the painted hens because I know that they're gonna take a while. The chickens pretty much always just take some time to really get the population going, especially from humble beginnings. That's why I tend to prefer the fruit types. One thing I used to do more in Slime Rancher 1, I went with the lazy strategy of just crossing every single slime that I came across. I just crossed them all with honey slimes. And I would just feed them all the, what are they, like the mint mangoes? But I would just feed them all using the honey slime's preferred food. That way I could just grow one type of food, and because it's a fruit item, it produces a consistent amount of food at a consistent rate. So I just found that to be a lot easier to manage. But it did mean that I ended up with a lot of honey plorts because every single slime was crossed with the honey slime. So I would just end up with a lot of honey plorts. I don't really need that many. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's any other new stuff in the, oh yeah, the way that you get slime research materials is different. In Slime Rancher 1, it operated off of those extractors that you would set up in a gadget slot and then come back to them every so often to harvest whatever it found based on the area. and the type of extractor it was. Slime Rancher 2 takes a very different approach to that. Instead of having the extractors, the extractors are just gone. They're no longer a thing as far as what's in the game right now. I don't know if they'll come back in the future. But as far as what's in the game right now, there are no extractors. Instead, and I can show this off in a moment when I go down to check on my puddle slimes. I'll probably be able to find something down there. Instead, we have resource nodes that spawn in certain locations in the world. So kind of like how there are spawn points for different fruits and vegetables and chickens and slimes and all that sort of stuff. There are also spawn points for slime research materials. Not seeing any right off the bat here. Figure I check on our puddle slimes down here. Down in our little tide pool area. Take a look around and see if we see any of those resource nodes. There are several different types of nodes, and like Slime Rancher 1, it does depend on what area you're in, what you'll be able to find. But it's usually pretty consistent within the area, like where to find them. It's not like the resource spawns are totally random. I think there are specific locations. Like there are set spawn points for the resources, but the resources don't always spawn in the same place every time. Like where they choose to spawn. Like, okay, I'm trying to think of how to describe it in a way that makes sense. Let me see. So let me put it this way. Since we're going out here and we need to check for stuff anyway. So like right here, we have a resource point here. This is where we can get some deep brine. Now, this is a place where deep brine will spawn. It won't always be here. This will occasionally, like either after being, I think they cycle over time. So eventually this will despawn, and at some later point, maybe it will respawn here. But this is a spot where deep brine will spawn. There is another spot for it over here, but right now there isn't any. So there are set spawns for the resources, but they're not always there. So there can be a little bit of hunting and pecking when it comes to harvesting the resources. Because like this is there's another couple of spots where you can pick up some deep brine. And like I said, each region has its own unique... It'll have its own unique resources to harvest. There is a little bit of crossover at different points. Like I think deep brine can be found in multiple different regions. But there are some resources like the beeswax and the honey. Those can only be found in beehives, and those beehives can only be found in the Starlight Strand. And then there's some things, like I picked up some oil earlier when we were looking at that big pool of puddle slimes back in the Ember Valley. that oil is something that can only be found in the Ember Valley. So that's how they've handled the slime research in this game. They've done away with the extractors, at least for the time being, and have replaced it with... They've replaced it with world resource spawn points. So now the resources are just in set spawns that are kind of cycled through and just scattered throughout the world. So we grab those. And it does make it a little bit less consistent to find them. But considering like the cost of gadgets and upgrades and stuff so far. What is this? I don't remember this being here. It doesn't feel familiar to me. Hold on a second. Oh no. That feels strange. I do hear something up here. It's not quite as consistent in the sense that you're not just going to a specific spot. Oh, that must have been like a switch or something I pushed way back at the beginning of the game and I've just forgotten about it because it's been so long. So the resource collection isn't really like set and forget as much as it was in Slime Rancher 1. But at the same time, depending on the resource you're looking for, there's so many spawn points. As long as you kind of like look around and get a feel for the area, you'll start to learn where the resources spawn. Like me just running around like that, I've spent a good amount of time just running around the map and just getting used to where things spawn. Also, for some reason... Wait. Weren't there chicks in here? Maybe I'm misremembering. Well, whatever the case, I'll just grab a couple of these guys. Let's fix this back up and keep them going, because I need to keep these guys fed. Yeah, so it's not as much set and forget as Slime Rancher 1, but depending on the resource you're looking for, some of the more basic resources are just so plentiful that probably not going to notice very much. Unless you're looking for very specifically rare resources. But even then, I feel like there's a bit more agency in this approach. Because then you learn where the places are that these things spawn, so you know where to look. It's not just totally up to chance whether or not you get the one resource you're looking for. You can kind of be like, okay, I know I need to get some more deep brine, so I'll just go to the Rainbow Fields, I'll just scout the coastlines, and I'll keep an eye out for those, like, water geysers. I feel like that it makes it a more engaging approach for sure. It doesn't feel like just another micromanagement thing where it's like the rest of the ranch can kind of feel like, okay, do this thing and then come back and do it every so often. With the resources, it's a little more like actually exploring the world, which I think is really good to give people a reason to explore the world that they've put so much effort and care into crafting. Because this is definitely a world worth exploring. Like, by comparison, Slime Rancher 1 definitely feels a lot more utilitarian in a lot of ways. It very much is like, these are places for us to put things. But this is like a world. This feels a lot more like a world that just exists on its own and feels like an actual natural place. Plus, it looks gorgeous. Just having these landmarks be so distinctly visible off in the distance, it really fuels the sense of exploration and openness that I think kind of gets lost a little bit in Slime Rancher 1 with having the big tall walls kind of boxing everything in. Makes it a little less, like, you get less of that, oh, I see that crazy looking light show off in the distance. What is that? I want to go there. Slime Rancher 1 doesn't benefit as much from that because you get a lot of stuff like this. You're just walled in so that you don't, sequence break to other areas too early without, kind of going out of your way to do it. So I really appreciate the way that this game approaches the new areas. It's also interesting getting to experience the game in a way that I only kind of got to when I first discovered Slime Rancher. I think, what was it? I'm trying to think of what update I got in on Slime Rancher. I think I got in, I definitely was in before they added the drones. I think it was around the time they added the rad slimes. I think that was probably around the time I started playing Slime Rancher. But I've been in this early access since it originally came out, so it's interesting getting to see where it, like, early access starts off and see it build from there. That's not an experience that I've had very much. So it's kind of cool getting to see everything kind of building on itself. Getting, a new area, having the weather system be implemented. Super excited for when drones come back. I miss my little guys. They are very helpful and handy. And look at our NPCs, look at them. They look so nice. Victor looks better than ever. Everybody just looks so nice. Everyone just feels so much more realized, I guess. They went a little less cartoony with the style. They have a bit more of, like, standard, reasonable humanoid proportions. Oh. Well, thank you. I now have the cautious flag available in the fabricator. So yeah, every once in a while, speaking with one of these friendly fellows at the comm station, will actually provide new recipes for fabrication. So that's fun. I haven't really had much use for the flags or anything so far. Like I said, I'm not usually a huge decorator. But who knows? If we do get the free placement for gadgets, not having to be completely relegated to only the spots that are designated for gadgets. I think that could really make the decorating a lot more enticing and enjoyable. It will make logistics very interesting as well, because I will have theoretically infinite possibilities in terms of setting up, say, where do I want to place my drones based on what they're doing, that sort of thing. And same thing with like these teleporters. Being able to set up the teleporters and other things like that a little more freely, and having to judge based off of how I use them and where I use them, and where I would want them to be placed. It's going to be a lot more to consider versus, hey, look, gadget spots. Which one is, like, just... The possibilities basically are just going to, like I said, be theoretically infinite rather than, you know, a fixed set number of locations. We'll see how well I deal with my decision-making capabilities. Now we have a full set of prickle pears. And I think I'll just put the excess in here for now. Because when we do get the dervish slimes, I would like to just immediately just fill up the feeder. Fill up the feeder. But yeah, unless we've got some weather going on, I might play some more of this on my own time sometime soon here, and see if I can try and get a dervish and a tangle slime so that I can actually get them on the ranch and get that all situated. I wonder, should I cross them over together? That might be an idea. I'll have to look into that once I actually have, you know, either of them on the ranch. But that will be for another time, I think. Because we are approaching the end time of my stream for today. But check this out. B just taking a look at her Slimepedia and having a nice cuppa. And a very lovely mug. Get the honey slime mug. Yeah, it's nice and chill in here. And we also have some new sleep options. You can sleep for 6 hours, sleep until night, or sleep until morning. So you're not just automatically forced into sleep until the next morning. You can actually choose to sleep until night. So if, say you wanted to go out and harvest some moondew nectar, you could probably sleep until night and then go out and do that, or sleep until morning and then sleep for 6 hours until it's close to nighttime to make sure that, you know, you're in position to go out and get the moondew nectar. So that is nice that there's some more options. I think just more options is really good. And I've always loved that Slime Rancher is a very modular experience. You really can play in very different ways depending on what kind of playstyle you're looking for. Because, like, the way I play, I definitely go for, the slime ranching angle. But some people love to explore, and you can still get the resources you need out in the wild, because that's where everything comes from anyway. The conservatory itself only provides, the framework for gathering all the materials and resources. The world itself is where all the resources are at. So it's totally possible to just not play to play Slime Rancher without being tied to the ranching part of it exclusively. And because of where things are at right now, I've kind of started moving away from purely ranching, because then I just don't have time to, go out in the world and explore, which really was putting a big hindrance on my my time spent hunting for treasure pods, because the treasure pods are back. And we actually have a nice little area by area counter that tells us how many treasure pods there are per zone, though they do not show up on the map. But those are back, and so hunting around for those and trying to find where they were hidden, that took some time. And having to constantly pop back to the ranch to, take care of everything, and not, it just really cut into my time to be able to actually do a proper, thorough search for those treasure pods. So I figured I'd bring down the capacity on the ranch a fair bit, just to make it a little more manageable. Still have some pieces of it up and running, but take down some of the easy to replace stuff, like I had a pink cotton largo set up. I think I had that set up right here where the silo is. So I just had some pink cotton largo slimes in there. But since I can get both of those, like, right over there in the Rainbow Fields, I figured that would be easily replaceable and is not really necessary for the time being. So I just decided, that'll be one of the ones we get rid of for now. And same thing over here. This is where I would have my rock and crystal largos, since I'm not really in need of those guys right now, and they're also pretty easily accessible. I figured I could take those guys out for now. Just some little changes like that, just to kind of reduce the amount of stuff that I have to take care of here at the conservatory. That way I don't have to be like constantly checking in on the ranch to make sure that things aren't exploding. Yeah, you could totally go like full exploration only if you wanted to. Just only going out and grabbing resources, feeding slimes out in the wild, grabbing their plorts that way. It's not necessarily the most efficient, but it's still totally doable. And I appreciate that there are those multiple approaches, and that there's, the whole spectrum in between, where it's like you can kind of decide how much ranching and how much exploring you want to do based on what you value most in the experience. One of the biggest reasons I like having the drones is so I don't have to be, tied to the ranch constantly, because there are things out in the world to do. Like hunting down the treasure pods and opening up new areas. Grabbing slime resources is a new thing here as well. in terms of having to go out and get it, rather than it being strictly grabbing it from an extractor, which, you know, you can just set that up and it becomes its own micromanagement. But yeah, the weather update looks really nice. I think it adds a really interesting element. Because it's a universal change, because the system is just in the game now, its effects are going to be felt even more as we get more areas added in, because each area is going to be subject to the weather system. I think that just really adds a new flavor of differentiation from Slime Rancher 1. It just really makes it stand out that much more. Yeah, I will be happy to have the drones back, because then I can worry about the ranch a little less and just kind of let the game kind of be its own experience a little more. Because this is definitely a world worth getting lost in. There's a lot to explore. The world is very explorable. That's the way I would describe it. Slime Rancher 1 feels a little more like point to point, in my opinion. And definitely nothing wrong with that. Every game's got to start somewhere. I think it's really nice to see where they've gone with it, and how much they've grown from the first game even. And keep in mind, we're still in, like, what Song of the Sabers was version 0.2. If it's anything like the first game, we could still see a lot, and I mean a lot, of new content. And they've emphasized that they want to retain, you know, the essence of Slime Rancher, but they also want to introduce new things. They want to introduce new mechanics. So things like the weather system, I imagine, are a part of their plan to add, you know, those new things. And I applaud them for that. Because it can be a big risk to try to build on something that's pretty well established and enjoyed, but also try to branch out from it in a way that doesn't take away from what it is or what it was. And I think they're doing a really excellent job so far. I always have a great time whenever I come back to this game. And I am totally fine with letting them take their time to make sure that each update is as good as it can be. With this game, I have all the patience in the world. Because that's kind of the vibe that this game has. This game isn't really about, you know, speed running it to the end. It's really just a world that exists, and we just kind of make our own existence within it. I think it'll be really interesting to see what else they add to it with future updates. Whenever that happens again. Yeah, I'll probably play some more of this on my own in the coming weeks, and see if I can get lucky enough to find a dervish and or tangle slime with the proper weather patterns. But that will be it for me for today. As far as when the next stream will be, because I'm going to be on day shift next week, and because I'm going to be working on Saturday, I'm gonna be dealing with a lot of unusual circumstances regarding my work, so I'm not planning to do a stream next Saturday because I'm gonna be working that day, and I don't know how much that week plus that one extra day is gonna take out of me. So I don't want to overpromise anything because I have a tendency to do that where it's like, I want to stream, but then it's like, ugh, I probably shouldn't because I'm not in the right energy for it. So I won't promise anything for next Saturday because I don't know how much the next week is going to be draining me. But the weekend after that, not next Saturday, but the Saturday after that, what day would that be? Just to give a solid date for it. Give me a moment. The 23rd. Okay, so we get... Oh, that'll be interesting. We'll get one stream basically right before Christmas. Oh, Christmas is coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna have that time off. I think I have that week off for Christmas. I'll have to see what's going on with family during that time, but maybe we could do some bonus streams during that time if I have some time for it. Again, don't want to overpromise. Just want to put my ideas out there so that y'all have at least some sort of idea of what to expect. So yeah, the 23rd, I will plan to do Baldur's Gate 3 starting up. And we'll be back to our usual 8 p.m. Central Time start. Thank you, Bless, for the task meow. Always much appreciated. So the 23rd, we'll start up Baldur's Gate 3 at our usual 8 p.m. Central Time start, because I will be back to the evening shifts at that point. And that should give me enough time to try and set everything up for it. The only thing I really feel like I need to set up for it is just making sure I have the content warning command ready to go. Because I want to make sure that people have, some idea of what they could potentially be in for if they do join and somehow are unfamiliar with Baldur's Gate 3's potential topical concerns. I am planning to play a very straight lace kind of character. I already have a character in mind that I've played as them in some D&D sessions. So I have some idea of a character already set to go. So we're going to be having a very wholesome character, all things considered, so we probably won't see too much of the really dark stuff. Because I know I've been warned that there could be some really dark stuff in certain paths in Baldur's Gate 3. But based on the type of character I'm going to be playing, we likely won't see too much of the really bad stuff. But just throughout the course of standard play and conversations and stuff with NPCs and whatnot, I'm sure we're still going to experience some things that would potentially warrant a content warning. So I will make sure to have that set up. If nothing else, that will be ready for the 23rd. Other than that, I do want to, add a little bit of spice to the overlay. Just try to make some things feel a little more Baldur's Gate. Just give it a little bit more visual theming to the stream beyond just my usual, but I don't really have any specific ideas for that yet, so that's still very much an idea work in progress. But yeah, we will be getting into Baldur's Gate 3 next. That will be the next stop on our grand life journey. Because I've been wanting to play that for a while. I've heard nothing but good things about the game itself, just like content-wise. I think the only real complaints I've seen have just been people having issues with like hardware concerns. People having, like game crashes and things like that. Not really anything about the content of the game itself, mainly just people's ability to play it. And I think if that's about the only complaint that a game really has, and it's like a vocal minority, I'd say that's pretty good odds that we're gonna be in for a good experience. I mean, let me just double check my facts here before I go saying anything that isn't necessarily accurate. I just want to double check this because I didn't watch the Game Awards. Because, I was busy. Busy. But yeah, since Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year, I think that speaks volumes. Because it's going up against some... It was going up against some big names. I mean, we're looking at Marvel's Spider-Man 2, the Resident Evil 4 reimagining, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It's fighting against all that for Game of the Year. And Baldur's Gate 3 came out on top. I think that speaks volumes. Because from what I've heard, Mario Wonder is no slouch. I haven't gotten a chance to play it myself, but I've heard many good things about just like people just having a great time with it. And Tears of the Kingdom, I have definitely played my fair share of that. And I can definitely attest to it being a very well-crafted game. Definitely very interesting what they've changed from Breath of the Wild and what they built upon from it. Just generally a very good experience all around, for the most part. I only have a couple of minor little sniggles here and there about, like, certain things. But in the grand scheme of how big of a game Tears of the Kingdom is, having a few complaints, that's still a pretty good average. But yeah, so we'll be getting into that on the 23rd, 8 p.m. Central Time. And we'll just see how it goes. I did already look in the settings for the game, like the accessibility settings and all that. The only thing I could really change in terms of like content warning types of stuff was basically just to disable scenes with nudity. Like depictions of nudity, that's about the most I could get rid of, which I'm thankful that at least they have that option. But as far as, the topics of concern, I imagine they probably felt it was, part of the vision and purpose of the game to have those things be a part of the world. And the conversations and the characters and all that sort of stuff. So I don't blame them for not having options to disable those or skip those. I imagine some of those are probably integral to some of the characters. As tragic as that would be, it's, I suppose it's, somewhat realistic. But we'll see how that all goes when we get to that point. So yeah, I don't know if I'll stream next week. Totally depends on how I'm feeling by the end of the week and how Saturday goes. If I do stream, it will likely be an evening stream because the timing that I need to work is going to be, during the day. So I'm probably not going to be really confidently available until the evening is my guess based on what I know so far. So if I do stream next week, it will be evening stream at the usual 8 p.m. Central. If I'm not able to stream next week, then I will be back on the 23rd because I don't want to be away from streaming for too long because I just don't. It doesn't feel great to, be away from streaming for too long because I start to miss you guys. I start to miss just kind of like hanging out. I think Slime Rancher 2 is a really nice palate cleanser game, to be honest. It just kind of works out that it had an update recently for us to check out. But Slime Rancher is just a really nice break in between things. Because Sly Cooper, I enjoyed playing through the whole trilogy. Getting to re-experience all of that was an absolute blast. But after a while, we are just kind of like going and going and going, where like the story just keeps on rolling and rolling. Slime Rancher gives us a chance to just sit back and relax and take in a very different environment and a very different pace. So I think it's really nice to just have this every once in a while. Just kind of chill out with something like this. So I need to keep that in mind. I need to remember that when things start to feel like they're getting to be a little too constant motion, that we have something like this every once in a while to just kind of slow things back down. It is really nice. It is really nice to know that there is a game like this. Have a game like this that can just be, like a moment of solace. A little, for lack of a better term, a haven in the storm. Because there's almost nothing stressful about this game, and the things that are potentially stressful, like you can just disable the tar, you can disable feral slime aggression, you can turn down the amount of damage the player takes. So there definitely are a lot of ways to make this a super chill experience. Even more so than it just naturally is. Yeah, this is really nice to be able to come back to this, because I miss being able to do like the community game nights with the Game and Nook crew. Because it's like, my work is just like I'm in the middle of my shift when that starts up, so I just literally can't join. That's unfortunate. I do miss it. But hopefully at some point down the line, life will find a way to kind of circle back around again, and we'll get to do more stuff like that. Because I do miss playing games with people, and I feel like that's part of why I don't want to be too far between streams. I don't want there to be too long in between streams, because I'm already, basically only consistently available once a week to stream anyway, so not having one stream as an entire week that just doesn't happen. So it really starts to add up, even just after a couple streams. I really do start to miss it, so. It's nice to be able to come back and just have something like this to kind of reset things. But yeah, so that's the plan for now. Had our little chill out day. Figured I could use a chill day as well before diving into whatever next week is going to bring in terms of working on a different shift for just the 1 week and then also working that Saturday. Figured something chill was in order. We had the perfect excuse right here with the weather update. We'll be back with Baldur's Gate 3 on the 23rd, 8 p.m. Central, just to kind of consolidate all this information from all my rambling here. I may stream next week, depending on my energy levels, but definitely no guarantees. I have no idea how much next week is going to drain me. But thank you all for being here and hanging out. Wonderful getting to come back and have a nice chill day. Nice chill game. It's the super chill vibes. Slime Rancher is always good for chill vibes. Thank you all for being here and hanging out. Appreciate you all joining in. And thank you again to Dylan the Bridge for that raid earlier. Much appreciated. Always happy to have some new friends stop in. And definitely nice to have it happen during a chill game so I can actually give it the proper amount of attention that I normally would struggle being able to provide during something a little more intensive. Like if we're doing something in Sly Cooper and I'm like in the middle of a mission, it's kind of hard for me to split my attention multiple different ways without something kind of lacking. Something's gonna have to compromise there. So, fortuitous that we had Slime Rancher 2 to kind of give us that space. But yeah, thank you all for being here and hanging out. Appreciate you all for joining in. And until the next stream, take care, everyone.